messages I really want to leave here to all the audience. No more linear economy, no more plastics over the world. No, I mean, we can do better. We have all the technology to have full circular economy of the plastics of Pepsi Cola, of the plastics of everybody, and energy transition. These are the two things. Now, for energy transition, I think storage is one of the main problems that we have, at least in the developing world. The storage and the grid. How do we modernize these two to make sure that we take advantage of solar, wind, geothermics? But these are the two things I will fully recommend. Energy transition in a full scale, in a big scale, and circular economy.
Thank you very much, Alicia. The forum is publishing some information on circularity and circular economies. Don't hesitate to pick up the reports and read them. There's some very interesting work being done here.
Yeah, I'll say, and obviously there's a lot of things we can do, but I was listening to you, Andrew, and we have examples as well. To me, is how do we take these examples and we make them fast at scale? Like what's preventing your competitors from doing the same? I don't know. Sometimes it's sharing. Sometimes we are too selfish as companies and we keep it to ourselves. We think it's a competitive advantage. I think there are things that we just need to eliminate the competitive nature and put it at the benefit of the whole system, right? So I think we have enough examples. Like I know we have enough examples in agriculture. We have the business case. We know the model. We know how to scale it. It just doesn't happen enough. So how do we cooperate as a group? How do we become less selfish, more kind of team players? And then also with the governments, like we need to trust each other more. We need to, you know, like public, private, or no, I think this is not where, you know, we need to have tension between each other. It's in areas where we need to be able to share with you what works and then scale it through Mexico, right? And we know how it works. So I think there is a little bit of selfishness and competitiveness when I think this is not about being competitive. The truth is that we haven't found a way for consumers to prefer our brands because of sustainability. It's not a competitive nature. It's more of, let's change the system, let's think for the long term, let's make sure that 20 years from now we have resilient companies that can still produce great products at the service of consumers, profitable to our shareholders, and great for the communities where we operate, which is the big value creation.
So if I can make a parallel with international companies, it's risk management with a payout in the long term. And that's not in the nature of the way we do business these days. Andrew, I'm sorry, we're running out of time, so I'm trying to speed up.
I'll only be a minute. Just to endorse what you said, and Madam Minister, thank you. I do want to bring this to Mexico. I do want to scale this. It is perfectly simple. The flat line of technology for fossil fuel means that it's going to get more expensive. Any economist, any business person knows that. The technology growth, particularly in batteries, but solar and wind, is near vertical, which means that its operating cost, its capital cost is falling. We apply that with what we didn't have only last year, and that's incredibly reactive artificial intelligence to manage very complex grids. Humans can't do it. A cloud goes over a solar farm, everything changes, but instantaneous intellect like AI can manage these systems well. This is replicable. This can be taken to Pepsi, it can be taken to Mexico. It's fair enough that they might say, well, prove it first. My own chief executive of energy and growth in the audience here wants us to prove it first. I just say, you can see the trend now. It's going to be successful. We'll prove it within 2 years, but follow us now and we'll make the technology available to you now.
Next stop, Mexico.
Next stop, Mexico.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sumant,
yeah, look, I
have 45 seconds, just so that you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, I think that the best solution here is what Andrew alluded to, which is technology. Technology is going to take us in a direction that is going to make eventually clean energy so much cheaper than the alternative that there'll be such a strong commercial reason to implement it that nobody is going to go after fossil fuels any longer. And those people that are investing behind fossil fuels today will essentially have stranded assets and will get left behind. So I think the fundamental factor that I'm meeting so many exciting companies even here that are doing so much interesting and fantastic research and coming up with new technologies, whether it's on green hydrogen, whether it's in storage, whether it's in generating new solar and wind and other, fusion, for example. So there's a lot of exciting stuff that is happening. And I'm pretty convinced in my mind that in the next 5 to 7 years, we'll see totally new technologies coming out in the clean energy space that we cannot anticipate today. And those are the things that I think, ultimately, if implemented at scale, which there is no reason for us not to, if they're commercially sensible, there'll be a ton of capital coming in behind it. I think that's going to be the solution. We'll essentially end up blowing, and I hate to say this, but the fossil fuel sort of system out of the water. But it's going to take a little bit of time, but it is going to happen.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe if I can just finish this part of the panel by a call to action. Yes. I mentioned the dinosaur in the room before. Look at us. We are not enough convinced of the necessity of what's happening. You've heard it from science. You've heard it from our panelists. It is happening. And if you don't do something about it, we are going to be in trouble. Now, why are we so little people in the room? Because they're all somewhere else listening to people who are saying that the future is fossil fuels. It isn't. And I would really like people to go home knowing that. Number one.
Yes. Yes.
Secondly, I really would like to thank most sincerely my panel. You are outstanding, and you've done that very well. And together possible. Collaboration is better than domination, and we will get there onwards. And thank you to the Center for Nature and Climate of the World Economic Forum, who has put together not only this panel, but has done all the work during the year to support this. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for coming.
blend of powerhouse expertise in economic policy and private sector representation as well. I mean, I'm going to start with the public policy issues that are on everyone's minds right now that bear directly on the issue of sovereignty and interdependence. And I'm going to turn, with your permission, to Secretary Lutnick to give us maybe an insight and explanation. I think a lot of people are looking at Davos to see and to try and better understand the mindset of the Trump administration. Speaking to you earlier on, it's the first time I've had the privilege of meeting you. I've seen you on TV a lot. In person, the impression is even more overwhelming. Of, on the one hand, kind of extraordinarily ebullient, dynamic.
That was in a nice way, Howard.
Dynamic. These are good words. These are all good. I'm coming to a different tone in a second. But like, initially, it's this just extraordinary ebullience, dynamism. You were saying you've sealed deals for $1.5 trillion in jobs and investment into the United States.
Yes.
And then you said, and this is where the tone shifts, you got to understand, I'm the hammer. These were your words. I'm the hammer. Because the people I'm dealing with know that unless they deliver the kind of investments I'm looking for, I'm coming with 100% tariffs. And that duality, I think, between the dynamism, the constructiveness, the forcefulness of the American state, which was, after all, also something many of us saw in the Biden administration, and this element of threat is what many of Davos are actually trying to come to terms with, because this is, to say the least, unfamiliar. And when it moves from the zone of economic policy to the question that is directly under the subtitle of our talk today, which is sovereignty, and we're talking about the territory of Greenland, and it's coupled so directly to tariffs, it's a fundamental shock to the system. You can read it off the faces and the rhetoric of every single European politician and business person I've spoken to while we've been here, and we're also getting reactions from around the world in similar tones. So I really wanted to ask you to help us understand, not in a sense what your motivations are, because I get it, like you want Greenland, it makes sense. You're proud Americans, you're advocates of President Trump's policy. What I struggle more with is how you imagine others react to this. I mean, if you put yourself in the position of your Danish counterpart, who's a proud Dane and a loyal executor of the Danish government's position, how do you envision this going, how does this go down?
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level.
Okay.
We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then, don't be America alone, right? But be America First. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. but the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknick would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy. And the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad. And then again, when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always has been,
to do a
and
deal
always
with us,
will
and we
be.
love you. We do. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those.
Sure.
Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it's
but
things
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Yeah, life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example. But although we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten, we're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come. But we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security. And we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared analysis of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resilience in the system? I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say you have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do a step change. How we're going to be, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale, because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say, when I look at Canada, you know, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we, make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, at the point of Howard in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think going back to the worker, the point of Howard, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for the U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8. We're bullish, and we think
it'll be higher.
That's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens a thing. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. You talk about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. People want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this worldwide system, which you want us to give you all these reports, information, and you started slicing it to pieces. There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain, what do you really want? We can get it to you if you need it. But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people, because by the way, the rest of the people are just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best, and how do you think about that while protecting your citizens from big bad banks, or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that?
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations. It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies, need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape, and, the geo-strategy of companies has been elevated like we've never seen before in the last 2 years, to be a board-level conversation. 94% of our CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money to really games and scenario plan, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios, because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency you talked about, that's what's so important for these organizations. And just being here last year, where there was uncertainty, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see, and we'll take some time to see how we pivot. I think now our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait, so they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story, because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done.
The
ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay, that's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the headline tariff wars thing. Focus on the nuts and bolts, the non-tariff barriers, the things which enable stuff to get done.
These rules, which they're straightening out, hopefully, on environmental disclosure, require you to do things like, and we're just saying there's an ISSB that comes with set standards. We're happy to agree with those, and those were developed with business. The firms, the major firms developing, so business can do this, but if you do a lot more than this because you like X or Y. You are just adding barriers to us being able to operate with the facility to help your people get financing and access to capital.
Janet, this corresponds to your experience.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, again, financial services regulation of our profession. We've got different standards for different companies, listing different places. That's not helpful, right? We've got to get alignment and better consensus, again, to bring, more businesses to market and the like.
You want to come back in?
Well, I would say it's not a time to wait. It's a time to double down. I mean, listen, what we need, we were talking just a minute, critical minerals. What we need is speed and scale. This is not a time. But what has happened in the world, I think, is forced us as government to be more efficient. I mean, a lot of what we were saying is how we bring efficiency in our own system. For us, we put a major project office, reducing the time of permitting, matching the offer and demand, looking at long-term offtake with the number of private sector. I think there's a big role, and the United States has been leading in many ways in trying to show us in a way the interaction that you can have. And honestly, when, there's things that you see in the public, but you'd be surprised at the amount of discussion and, the background what we're trying to achieve. Because if you look at the real challenges in the world today and the advancement of technology, quantum and AI altogether, cyber, I come back to critical minerals because it's essential. The microchip, everything we need. I would say what has happened has made us also more efficient. I can speak for Canada. We have done things in the recent past that, were long-standing that we needed to do. And Rachel and I, we've been sharing, and Howard has been obviously a lot as well in the United States. So I would say from our side, it has made us more efficient because I don't think that you'll see change is obviously part of history, but I don't think the speed and scope and scale of change will relax. I think you will see that for quite some time. So better adapt to that, be efficient, and like you said, these investments that are waiting, I think we've passed the time of waiting now. It's the time to act to make sure we can, meet the moment.
I'd love to go out to the audience for some questions. The fate of these panels is that we have too little time, too many great speakers, but I'd really like to open it up. I see 3 hands here. I'll start here with Peter Goodman, I think, of the Times.
Yeah, hey, Peter Goodman with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, I'm wondering where the safeguarding of credibility in the institutions of American governance fits into your vision for America First. And specifically, where do you stand on the importance of Fed independence? And what are we to make of the fact that we've actually seen manufacturing jobs decline over the last year?
I'm going to collect a few. So I'm going to go, I think there was let's see, another gentleman here, and then I'll go to there. We'll try and do 2 rounds.
Thank you. I was going to ask about central bank independence, but not just the Fed, actually, more generally. But actually, I'll pivot to something else. So deregulation, which we've certainly seen in the US, also in the UK. How do you see those as tailwinds? We definitely see tailwinds in the US from a financial services perspective. How do you see it in other markets? Also, probably hear from the Chancellor.
Lady at the front here in the grey. We'll just do the front row for our starter round.
Hi, Mehreen Khan from the Times. Chancellor, you said that it's very important to understand who our friends are and what the threats are. Is China a friend to the UK or is it a threat to the UK? The Prime Minister will be making a visit to China in the next couple of weeks, the first in many years. And Commerce Secretary, would you like to see the UK government taking a position on China that's much more in line with your administration's?
Well, that's a great round of questions. Secretary Lutnick, we've not heard from you in a while.
Clearly, I'd like the UK, who was our great friend and ally, to be aligned with us, right? That's clear. With respect to interest rates in America, there's been a classic policy that when the U.S. economy does well, raise rates and put brakes on it. When the U.S. economy is doing poorly, cut rates and add gas to it. But basically define mediocrity one way or the other. And President Trump thinks quite differently. We are the best credit in the world. Why are we paying a higher rate than all the other credits of the world? It makes no sense. Our rates are too high. It's just binary. Our rates should be much lower so that our economy can finally flourish. I think we're going to grow more than 5% GDP this quarter, and that's for the $30 trillion U.S. economy. And if rates were lower, you would see us hit 6%. What is holding us back is ourselves, okay? We are going to align our economy and our industrial policy with growth and success, and we hope to export that. I hope the UK follows Our energy policy follows our digital policy so that our great tech companies can invest in the UK, can invest in Canada, can invest in Europe. But they can't if they have the Digital Services Act, the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the digital this, the digital that. Europe has taxed our companies with fines and regulatory attacks more than they've earned in taxes on their own technology companies. Instead of saying, come and build and grow and build data centers here, they tax the heck out of them with fines and regulations that harm them. It's illogical. There's a reason the United States has $18 trillion of economic power coming in. You just watch. I couldn't say 5%, and I couldn't say, I think 6% if we cut interest rates is in the cards, unless that $18 trillion comes to America to build. And let me give you a hint. It's coming, and it's coming fast.
But I asked you about the principle of independence. Who gets to decide whether rates should be higher or lower? Whether you're right, should it be independent, or should you and the president get to decide that?
Well, thank you for putting me in it. It has nothing to do with me, but thank you. The President of the United States gets to pick the members of the Board of Governors. He will pick the governors that he thinks are the best, and therefore the outcome will be set by the governors. That is set. The President has clearly set what he thinks the right answer is, which is lower rates based on our credit, not based on some other nonsense. But he will pick the governors, and the outcomes will be set by the Fed governors.
That I find illuminating in the sense that it's the sheer drama of your vision of potential American growth that helps us better understand the stakes in the struggle over the Fed. I think that is actually, for me, quite an illuminating answer. It segues very well with the AI discourse as well, about the urgency of the current moment and the coincidence of the AI boom with the first year of the Trump presidency. As a historian, I think we'll look back on as a hugely powerful moment. We had a bunch of really other interesting questions. Maybe, Chancellor Reeves, you would like to pick up the question from Maureen Khan?
Yes, first of all, I'll say something about central banks, though. In the UK, with this government, we very much believe in the independence of central banks and, indeed, respect for wider economic institutions. It's only 3 and a bit years ago that a previous Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor spent months undermining the Bank of England, didn't allow the independent forecaster to do a budget forecast, combined with a load of unaffordable tax policy, sent interest rates soaring in the UK, inflation was unleashed and pensions were put in peril. And so we very much believe that even though, of course, we would like interest rates to be lower, we have to get inflation down to get interest rates lower, which is why we're taking £150 off of energy bills for all UK households from April this year, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges to bring down inflation, which is currently at 3.2%. Bank of England think it will be back at target by late spring, early summer, and that will enable the Bank of England, so not taking shortcuts, but enable the bank to cut interest rates. On Antonio's question, I was laughing a little bit when people were talking about deregulation. Antonio and I, when I became Chancellor, would message each other regularly about a development, I think in Horsham, was it, in Sussex, where you had some microscopic snails that, as a result, were stopping any houses being built. You know, in our regulatory system, we cared more about microscopic snails than we did about young families and first-time buyers getting on the housing ladder. Well, Antonio, I think you can confirm that has changed now. You are building those houses because we've changed the rules and regulations. We're letting people build stuff in Britain again, whether that is energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, housing for our people, you name it, the data centres. And, you know, Ruth Porat, who's here this week, and others at Google and all of your big US companies are building data centres in Britain. because we're making it easier for them to do so, and we don't have the regulation that some other countries have, which makes it easier to do business in Britain. But we absolutely recognise that challenge from business to make it easier to get stuff done. Planning and regulation are being torn up in the UK because we want to make it easier to do business. And finally, on Maureen's point about China, the trade intensity between the UK and China is lower than between the US and China, lower than Germany and China, lower than France and China. We don't want to be an outlier, but we are a bit of an outlier today, and we've missed out on opportunities for British businesses to sell into US markets. Brian and Bank of America do business in China. We want to help British businesses as well to be able to export to those fast-growing markets. That's in our national interest, but we also need to make sure that we use that relationship to challenge where necessary in a whole range of areas, including on areas such as dumping and the lack of respect for some rights of activists like Jimmy Lai, which we raise regularly with the Chinese. But you've got to be in the room to be able to have those conversations. You're not always going to be able to agree, but if you refuse to engage, then you're unable to have those difficult conversations too.
If I may, I'll go to another round of questions. We've got people queuing up in the audience. The gentleman here, smiling at me with a tie, woman here in the check top, and then gent here in the middle. Oh, have we got over here? We'll do 4. Okay, where you go?
Joel Hills from ITV News. A question for Mr. Lutnick, if I can, from the UK, Mr. Lutnick. It is said that President Trump rather likes and admires shows of strength. What will happen if Europe does decide to respond with tariffs?
This lady here in the red checked top.
I was actually going to ask exactly the same one about retaliatory tariffs, so I'll ask a different one. Isn't there likely to become a point at which financial markets, this is also one for the Trade Secretary, isn't there likely to come a point at which financial markets start to become concerned, as they did a couple of years ago in the UK, about the credibility of institutions, about whether the US is a reliable place to go to do business, whether they can trust the rule of law, whether there's so much uncertainty about the sort of trade environment and so on that it becomes a riskier place to invest?
I'm going to take 2 more because this is going so well. Here we go. Gentleman here with the tie. There we go. And then over here, Ravi.
Right. I'm David Rhodes from Sky News in the UK. And my question is actually for EY and Bank of America. Secretary Lutnick, you said that globalization had failed the West and failed the United States. And you said it's left America behind. So I'd be interested to know some of the ways that the Bank of America and EY have been left behind in this set of circumstances that you're describing.
Ravi.
Hi there, Ravi Agrawal from Foreign Policy Magazine. Secretary Lutnick, I thought your first answer was illuminating about what America First is, and you framed it partly as an expression of sovereignty. And I guess my question to you is, what about the sovereignty of other nations? And this is linked to your role because the threats on Greenland are no longer hypothetical. You're already proposing economic warfare against 8 European countries. So how does this add up? Does sovereignty matter or not?
So I'll try to start on this side, which is when we launched our tariff regime on April 2nd, the world was aflutter with all of these kind of comments. But since then, if you check at the end of 2025, you will see all of the key indicators are up. The UK stock market's up, Europe's stock market is up, Japan is up, Korea is up. They are all up because, as it turns out, there is much more stability in a strong America and a natural and long-term relationship between 2 countries. I think with respect to the tariff policy, the president uses tariff policy to make sure people are talking and paying attention and not just acting. You have seen him use tariff policy again and again to have outcomes that are reasonable and appropriate. So the fact that he doesn't want things to be done without discussion and without consideration is a way for him to say, hey, you know, you need to talk to us. If you're our great ally, you need to talk to us. Do I think the trade deals that we've set with Europe, with the UK, are they durable? I absolutely do. I do not see a model where Europe would decide, I want to blow up the tariff I have on automobiles or on pharmaceuticals or on semiconductors. I'd like to just go back to the way it was in April. I just don't see that happening. What I see happening is diplomacy and talking and at the table rather than action, which is something I think the president cares about and is important to the president. And I said, I will leave that to my national security people. But the president is clear-minded and clear of thought. He feels, and he's talked about this for 30 years, he has felt that the industrial policy of the United States allowed it to be hollowed out, and that would be true of Britain, and that would be true of Europe, that all of this has moved to Asia, right, where they make everything and we just buy it. And that has got to end. We need to produce things in America. We need to produce things, and we encourage the UK to do the same, right? And you agree. It's not as if we disagree. So that's the history, and sovereignty for America says we need to have our own steel. We need to have aluminum. We can have it with great allies, but we cannot have it where we rely on other people that maybe, like we've seen in critical minerals, and make no mistake about it, the critical mineral issue was with us a year ago. Everybody was sleeping through it. Donald Trump ripped the Band-Aid off, and the whole world said, oh my God. And that is the intuition and power of Donald Trump's presidency, is that he's teaching the world what is wrong, and now the world is working together with respect to critical minerals to fix it, right? But there are all sorts of things that need to be fixed, one of which is a modification of industrial policy, that the United States of America should be a place where you build things, and I would encourage the UK to do the same. Granted, it can't be everything to everyone, but there are a lot of things. Same for Canada, same for all our allies.
And what happens if Europe retaliates with tariffs of its own, Mr. Lutnick?
Well, then we'll be back to a tit for tat, which is how we began, and it will end in a very positive conversation between Donald Trump and Ursula von der Leyen, which is what happened last time. So you can start with a kerfluffle, but in the end, right, the United States and Europe are great allies. The United States and the UK are great allies. These are our great allies, right? We are great allies with Canada. We are great allies. It doesn't mean you don't have an argument. It doesn't mean you don't disagree. But it doesn't change the fundamentals of the United States knows who our allies are. And if we're going to have a kerfluffle, so be it. But we know where it's going to end. It's going to end in a reasonable manner that, in our view, prior to Donald Trump taking the helm of the United States of America, the world was taking the piss out of us, right? And we were exporting the power of our economy to the rest of the world. In 1 year of change, I just said my expectation is GDP of the United States of America is over 5% in the first quarter of 2026. That's just my opinion. But so far, in the first quarter, if you saw what I said I thought the United States would grow 4%, and the whole world said, you got to be kidding me. 4.3% in the third quarter. You're going to see plus 5% from the United States of America, the $30 trillion economy, winning. And that's good for the world.
We're out of time, but I still want to give the final word to our representatives from the private sector, because I thought this question that you asked was really quite a fundamental one. Does the Secretary's counter-narrative to the story of globalization, which he quite rightly associates and quite fairly associates with WEF, does that ring true for you? Or do you see elements that you can agree with, even if perhaps the overall story doesn't work?
As he went through the pieces, the national security pieces, manufacturing job content as a percentage of all content, even though we're a very services-oriented economy, it's not that America hasn't done fine. It's a question of, do we have the pieces today that we need to be successful on the dimensions of defense, national security, dominance of what the next big arc is, which is AI and technology implementation, and the power to build that, and the power to know you have it. Rachel mentioned something earlier which did pick up, which was the supply chain precision and efficiency. We all learned a lesson in COVID. When you woke up and you didn't have personal protective equipment. The idea that all the masks for surgeons to conduct business in every hospital in the world were coming from like 2 places. And that's not a sensible way. And was it 10 cents cheaper, 15 cents cheaper, $1 cheaper? So I think the question is really job content, which is the workers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and so I've seen that happen. It's job content. It's also what you need to make sure you really have ownership of. And then the other stuff, this shirt, you can be more flexible on. And that's the history of the Northeast having the shirt-making industry, the Southeast having the shirt-making industry, and then offshore. But the designers and the thinking about it, making it wearable, you want that on your shore. And I think it's, but our country's been successful. There's no question. The question is, can we be successful in the next big arc? That's the question, and that's what Howard's trying to articulate. I think. I would never put words in the hammer's mouth. But I think that's what he's trying to say.
Can I give you the last word?
No, and honestly, from my perspective, I look at what our clients are coming to us on, and they want, greater collaboration across the globe on things that matter them and to impact them. And they want us to have a stronger voice to help bring that type of collaboration, to our clients to make it easier for them to do business. Brian said it earlier.
Larry Fink asked us in his opening address to kind of raise the tone of the conversation here and to be willing to engage in, if necessary, quite forthright argument. And I think our panel has squarely met that challenge. I'd like to thank everyone here for contributing, and thank you very much for the fantastic questions.
And hello, everybody. I am Ian Bremer, president of Eurasia Group, and this is AI Power Play. I did not come up with the name for this panel. You'll be very pleased to hear. We have a lot to talk about. I'm going to very briefly introduce the very distinguished panel of guests. Immediately to my left, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, Brad Smith, the president and vice chair of Microsoft, Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and last but certainly not least, Ashwini Vaishnaw, the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology of India. So a pretty good global breakdown, interests, responsibilities. We're going to try to get to a couple of questions at the end. If you have something really smart to say as we get towards the end, try to make eye contact. We'll see what happens. So I want to start off with Kristalina. And we're going to begin with sort of the geography, the geopolitics of what's happening in AI right now. I mean, you'd think it's all about Greenland at Davos this year, but actually there's another Davos going on, which is very fast-moving and involves an incredible amount of investment. It's one of the reasons why you just upgraded the economic outlook. Talk about, from your global perspective, how is power changing around the world with AI?
Oh, definitely it is. When we look around the world and we see what is injecting resilience and strength in the world economy, AI definitely is a factor, and so is the advancement of private activity over the last decades. The state moving out of the economy, letting private business do its part. And those two things work extremely well. So we created an index of preparedness to see how well are different countries ready for AI. I would put them in three categories. Those who make it happen, those who watch it happen, and those who are saying, what the heck is happening? And actually, on a serious note, we look at four things. We look at physical infrastructure, we look at labor, skills, capabilities, we look at diffusion. AI may be happening, but if it is not changing the economy, it's not so relevant. And then we look at regulation and ethics. And then we rank countries. Not surprisingly, we have at the top a very small group of countries. Now, in the current environment, probably would be interesting to recognize that the United States, Denmark, and Singapore are the top three. And of course, China is with a very potent capabilities, but China is so big that you can't get that high in this ranking. Not surprisingly, we have many emerging market economies with comparative strength. Saudi Arabia would be one of them. Actually, India would be one of them because of the bet on IT that India is making that are in the higher spectrum. But low-income countries and a very big number of mid-size, middle-income countries are way, way behind. And they're behind on all four. So the world as a whole is already experiencing the arrival of AI. But I do worry about the accordion of opportunities that are much more present in some places than in others. And then we look at the impact on labor market. It is quite dramatic. We calculate that on average, 40% of jobs are touched by AI, either enhanced or scrapped or changed quite significantly without implications for better pay. In advanced economies, this is 60%. In low-income countries, 25, 26%. Again, accordion of impact. Now, my main message here is the following. This is a tsunami hitting the labor market. And even in the best prepared countries, I don't think we are prepared enough. And if you allow me to add one point.
It's just going to take away from your time later, Kristalina, but that's okay.
Oh, I know you. You are like an accountant. You hold this to account. And I'll give you, 2 minutes from the next one.
Okay.
So what I want to say is that we did something very interesting. We said, okay, how much are actually jobs changing, really? And what we found out that in advanced economies, in the United States, for example, you read advertisements, and 1 in 10 would have a new skill that didn't exist before, at least one new skill, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. And then these guys would get better pay. So what is the impact? The impact is they have more money in their pockets, they go to restaurants more, to movies more. So demand for low-skilled labor in services goes up. And in fact, who is squeezed? These poor guys in the middle, in the jobs that are not enhanced or imposed more. And the other category of people really, really affected young people who go for their first job.
So power is changing dramatically.
I owe you 1 minute and 26
future
seconds.
panels, I'm taking this off as well. So many issues of both power distribution inside countries, which I hope we'll get to, but first around the world. And those 3 categories that you remind everybody at the beginning, you make it, you watch it being made, or you have no idea what's being made. The countries in those categories don't necessarily always align very well. First category, we've got the US and China, very little cooperation, virtually none on this issue, arguably decoupling. Second group, a lot of movement, and as we're seeing this week, a lot of concerns about the nature of like the transatlantic relationship, how that plays out on AI and technology, very important. Brad, talk us through the implications of this.
Well, certainly you see the U.S. and China competing on 2 very important levels. One is the leading edge of innovation, who is making the best chips, who is producing the best models. But the second aspect of competition is really diffusion or adoption. As each country and the companies from each country are working to spread their technology around the world. I think it's easy to forget in a more global economy just how important the transatlantic ties are. When you have a conversation on a week like this about an island like Greenland, of course it's a national security topic, but it needs to be considered, I think, in the context of these economic ties. When it comes to AI, I think people in Europe often look at the United States and say, well, we need this or we need that, but they forget they have ASML, they have Ericsson, they have Nokia, they have SAP, they have Siemens. There is a very important tech sector in Europe already. And if you look at the ties across the Atlantic, it's easy for Americans to forget that 70% of foreign investment into the United States comes from the rest of NATO. 40% of American exports globally go to the rest of NATO. So we always need to remember the context in which these issues need to be considered.
If you think about the changes that AI is having on the geopolitical environment, Brad, would you say that that AI is doing more to bring countries together? Is it doing more to force countries apart, or is it, on average, kind of absent from that conversation?
I would probably say, on average, it remains absent, but it is going to become more important every year. And when you look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when you look at India, I think you see the future. And you see the role that AI is playing there already, and you see the role that that will play, I think, in both growing their economies, but connecting their economies in new ways with the rest of the world.
So, Ashwini, incredible talent base, fastest growing major economy in the world, an AI player, but clearly in the second grouping that Kristalina is talking about, have to think about alignments with the United States or China to a degree, but how much do you have to think about that as a country like India? How much can you chart your own course irrespective of what the Americans and Chinese are doing?
Actually, clearly in the first group, and the reason for that is there are 5 layers in the AI architecture. The application layer, the model layer, the chip layer, the infra layer, and the energy layer. We are working on all the 5 layers, making very good progress in all the 5 layers. On the application layer, we will probably be the biggest supplier of services to the world. Go to an enterprise, understand the business of enterprise, understand the working of that enterprise, and provide that service using AI applications. That's going to be the biggest factor of success or successful deployment of AI, because that's where ROI comes from. ROI doesn't come from creating a very large model. 95% of the work can happen with models which are 20 billion or 50 billion parameters. We are creating a bouquet of such models. We already have. We already have a bouquet of such models which are now being deployed in multiple sectors to increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as 3rd in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent. All the 3, actually on AI talent it is number 2. So I don't think your classification in the second bouquet is right. It's actually in the first.
So talk about in India, in an environment where the AI shifts in geopolitics are happening so quickly. Again, this was a conversation that didn't even exist at the World Economic Forum 5 years ago. And you now have radically different capabilities in different countries around the world. India has become a geopolitical player in its own right in the last 10 years. Didn't even want to play geopolitics before Modi came in. How does AI play into that capacity around the world, into what India wants to be on the global stage?
Listen, if you look at the way AI is shaping geopolitics, what can a country which has a very large model, let's say, without taking any names, can it switch off that model? Fair, switch it off. What will happen to a country like India? We have our own bouquet of models which can be used for 95% of the work that we require to do. So, does creating a large model give you a geopolitical power? I don't think so. It might actually be causing certain conditions where the people who are creating those large models might go bust in the coming years. You never know. They might go bankrupt in the coming years. The situation is, we have to understand the economics of this new, I call it 5th industrial revolution. We must see the economics of the 5th industrial revolution. The economics of this 5th industrial revolution is going to come from ROI. ROI is going to come from deploying the lowest cost solution to get the highest possible return. If you have a 50 billion parameter model, you can deploy it using 1 GPU. And if you have a 30 billion parameter model, which is absolutely good for 80% of your work, you don't even require a GPU. Where is the geopolitical thing in that? You have a large number of CPUs working in the entire world, and people are coming with custom silicon from amazing number of companies and countries where you wouldn't require to be dependent on any particular country. So that the so-called geopolitical edge that you are probably hinting at is not there.
So given that, I mean, without naming names, Khalid, Ashwini was just talking about, you know, a lot of people that have been raising a lot of money in the United States with models that he thinks aren't going to be as effective as India's model, whatever bucket they're in. Now, you're the one that's thinking about deploying enormous amounts of assets for your country, both in Saudi Arabia and all over the world. And as you're thinking about the most revolutionary set of technologies out there, what are you looking for that's going to make you convinced that this is a winner, this is a loser, as these different countries and different companies are doing very different things?
Yeah, well, first, I think everybody agrees that AI as a general purpose technology is truly the transformation of this century and of our time. However, like transformation before, I think it will quickly be commoditized, and it's not going to be held in any one company or any one country. The race is on. Everybody wants to build the infrastructure for it, but it is the I think the essence of AI's power is it has to be accessible. So the words diffusion is not just within economies that have to compete, but I believe it has to be done globally. From our perspective as an energy-producing nation, the diffusion of hydrocarbon energy that Saudi Arabia produced for 9 decades has enabled tremendous human development in countries like India, China, United States, Europe, where that energy transformed economies and people's lives. The internet did the same thing. There were a few companies, Microsoft was one of them, that had the lead, but ultimately it's coming from across the world, including emerging economies and developing nations. We are manufacturing servers for data centers today in Saudi Arabia through partnerships. So we believe that optionality is very important. We don't know who's going to be ahead 4 or 5 years from now. I think it's clear U.S. companies that have broke out of this technology race are ahead today. But the essence of Saudi Arabia's strategy towards AI, it's a huge boost for diversification. Vision 2030, launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince almost 10 years ago, was underpinned by diversification using new economies. So the energy transition, although it may appear to be competing with our traditional resource of hydrocarbon energy, is actually a pillar of our diversification. We're going to be 50% renewables in our electricity mix, and that renewable will power AI that is going to be a global commodity that we will work with. And just like India, we know this is not just about infrastructure, data center, and the energy competitive advantage that we believe Saudi Arabia is second to none. We're investing across the technology stack in applications and LLMs and in connectivity. Again, because we believe that this is going to be a global good. So just as important as building the data hub that Saudi Arabia is building, we need to be connected. And we are connected to Europe, Asia, countries like India, China, Japan, because we want that data and that AI power to be transmitted across borders and across economies.
Now, as we think about AI as having dual-use capabilities, as the United States government is leaning more into industrial policy with other countries around the world, as the Chinese also have a lot of leverage in the investments that they make and that they accept, are you feeling any geopolitical pressure in the decisions that you make from an investment perspective into these areas?
Quite frankly, we have invested across the globe, and we have invested in Saudi Arabia with companies from East and West. U.S. is huge today because of their technology lead, as I mentioned, but we've also had investments with Chinese companies in China and digital technologies. We've invested with Japanese companies, Korean companies, across the technology sectors that we invest in. So optionality is very important. It's something we have now, and we protect because we believe that we are the owners of our own destiny, and we will not let go of that.
So if that's the broad geopolitics that we're looking at, Kristalina, you brought up at the beginning also inside countries, lots of people that are not necessarily benefiting. You're already seeing improvements in economic numbers from productivity and AI. You're already seeing that.
What we are seeing is that there are indeed jobs that get enhanced, and we also see jobs that are replaced by AI. This is happening categorically. It is hard to have a consolidated and broadly accepted definition of how we measure. The way we measure at the IMF, we have a fairly big range of impact on growth, global growth, from 0.1 to 0.8%. Let me just say that 0.8% is huge. if we get 0.8% boost on productivity, this would make global growth now higher than in the pre-pandemic period. 0.1 is kind of modest. And then the question is, how do we know where we land? And what we are doing is we are working with other researchers to try to capture productivity enhancement. And I can tell you it is not easy because, is it because of AI or is it because organizationally there are improvements that are made? I'll tell you, in my organization, the most visible places where AI is boosting productivity are two. One, translation and interpretation. We got from 200 to 50. 150 are replaced by AI. And in research analysts, there we are actually just able to do much more high quality research. In other words, it is enhancement, not a replacement. My big worry is that you go in communities where AI is not present. And there, how do people prepare for it? There is nothing happening now. And actually, we did something, I'm not going to vouch 100% this is correct, but we did a review to see countries where there is demand for AI skills, whether this demand is matched with supply of AI skills. And we found a very interesting picture. In some countries, demand is very high, supply is low. Some actually developed countries. In some countries, supply is very high. You have tons of skilled people, but the economy is not absorbing that supply. And the sad story is the countries where there is neither demand nor supply. And that risk of this massive divergence is at the country level then mirrors within countries.
So Brad, Kristalina, with this evocative accordion analogy, which is affecting not only countries but also populations, you've been on the front lines of this in the United States. You see now suddenly this raise in opposition to data centers. And people saying, oh, we're unhappy, we don't think the water, it's electricity, we're not going to see the jobs. I mean, and a lot of people expect that given the shift in skills that are necessary, given the transition, that you're going to see that America's ripe for another wave of populism. How do you think the companies, not just Microsoft, but across the board, need to get ahead of this? What do they need to do that they're not necessarily doing now?
Well, the big issue in the United States is, as you just mentioned, Ian, it really is around communities with data centers. And yeah, it's coming at a time when the number one political issue, the number one economic issue is probably affordability, the impact of inflation. So people see these large construction projects. They know that those jobs actually are good jobs, skilled labor jobs, not just people doing construction work, but it's skilled electricians, skilled pipe fitters. But they also know that once the construction is over, the number of jobs is still significant, in the hundreds, but not higher. But what they're really asking is, what does this mean for me and my family? Are we going to pay higher electricity prices? Is the water pressure in our showers going to be impacted? Who's really going to get these jobs? Is it going to be my family and my neighbors, or is it going to be somebody who moves into town from somewhere else? Those are completely legitimate questions. And I think it's incumbent on all of us in the industry in the United States to address them head on and offer the kinds of assurances that people need, that we will invest in electricity so that people's electricity rates don't increase, that we'll replenish more water in these communities than we use, that will work with the kind of training, whether it's skilled labor or IT jobs or other ongoing jobs, so that local residents can fill them. And I think as data centers spread, inevitably, people in other parts of the world will ask the same question. If people benefit, will it be us? And I think people have a right to expect their share of the benefits.
And to be fair, I want to repeat this. You would say that today a much bigger issue for the tech companies in AI is response to these concerns about data centers and affordability than concerns about job loss or job transferability in terms of right now.
In terms of the politics of 2026, for sure. I mean, the world is sort of a quilt, if you will, with different colors of fabric when you look at the construction of data centers. In the US, local communities blocked $98 billion of private sector investment in just the third quarter of last year. You come to Europe and governments want to spend taxpayer dollars to subsidize data center construction. You look at the Middle East and there's obviously a major economic strategy of creating an export, a token export or exports, if you will, out of, say, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and the like. China probably has an ability to go faster in some ways when it comes to bringing electricity online and getting infrastructure built. You go to Africa, wow, there isn't
electricity.
We need more electricity and we need more data centers.
So, Ashwini, when you think about how AI can be used, I mean, technology, India already did an incredible job with the Aadhaar. Suddenly, you're able to bring public services to people and you're improving growth and you're improving their per capita income without actually blowing out the budget. What can AI do? How are you deploying AI to further that message? How fast are we going to see it? Where are we going to see it?
Absolutely. Every sphere of life and economy, we are focusing on diffusion of AI. And in a very systematic way. So, okay, what is the biggest constraint? The biggest constraint is availability of GPUs. How do you solve that constraint? To solve that constraint, we decided to have a public-private partnership in which we empaneled 38,000 GPUs, which are a common compute facility available to the entire population. Unlike in many rich countries where the big tech basically controls the access to GPU, we decided to create a public-private partnership in which the common compute facility is enabled by the government and subsidized by the government so that entire population, all the students, researchers, startups, they all get access to it. And the cost is practically 1/3 of the cost in most other countries. That is first. Second, having a set of free, a bouquet of models which basically meet most of your needs. Third, making sure that people understand this technology, learn this new technology. Already we are going through a program for 10 million people to be trained on AI skills. Four, making sure that the IT industry, which is a very significant industry in our country, pivots in a very systematic way towards providing services to Indian companies as well as to the global companies, using AI as a very effective enabler of efficiency, enabler, a multiplier of productivity in any operation that they do. So that's a very systematic way we are moving.
Thank you. So, Khalid, I want to ask you to look inside the country. Last time I asked you to look outside on winners and losers. The crazy thing about Saudi Arabia is that you're kind of starting from scratch, right? I mean, 10 years ago, you go to Saudi Arabia, and I mean, diversification, they'd talk to you about petrochem. And today, like, the economy is suddenly truly becoming diverse. It's healthcare and it's tourism. It's 10 years ago, you barely had women in the workplace. And today, like, it's an astonishing involvement in every part of society. So, given that, like, where are AI is kind of hitting your economy almost from scratch as a diversified and integrated society with what, 30 million people, whatever it is. How are you deploying AI with people who are looking completely differently at the world today?
Well, first of all, I would disagree with coming from scratch. You'll be surprised how tech-savvy and tech-native the Saudi population is. 70% of the Saudi population are below the age of 35, and the majority of them are as comfortable with digital technologies as any other country in the world. In terms of policy and regulation, when Vision 2030 was launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, we identified technology as the key enabler, AI included, and started building the policy, the regulation, the platforms within the country, the data centers for the sovereign data sovereignty that was key for portions of the data. But in addition to data privacy, we had an open data. We talked about diffusion and access to compute, but access to data to achieve the same purpose of research, drug discovery, productivity improvement. Having a policy also of open access to data was a pillar that was launched before COVID. This is back in 2018 and 19. We have a ministry-level organization called SADAIA, the Saudi AI and Data Authority, that regulates and sets the guidelines with flexibility to allow the evolution of AI to take place and the innovation to take place. But it also protects and regulates and makes sure ethical standards. Within the UNESCO, Saudi Arabia was one of the first countries that proposed guidelines for the country on ethics in AI. Then we create a national champion, which is co-invested by the PIF, our sovereign wealth fund, and Aramco, that is investing at scale way beyond the need of Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. Because as I mentioned in my first question, we think AI is going to be a very key pillar of the global economy, and it's going to be globally traded, and therefore connectivity. And we are playing to our strengths, but we're also quickly bridging the gaps that we recognize we have. So we're developing our own LLM. SADAIA developed the first Arabic large model called Alam, and now it's owned by Humane, which is our national champion, and they're building on it. We have applications. I can tell you many use cases where over the last few years we have deployed AI applications in healthcare. It has cut the time to diagnose diabetic eye disease by 80%, and the rate of and the thousands of man hours of clinical physician hours have been saved in that case. We have our renewable energy company, Aqua Power. They have cameras on the blades of their winds that identify birds approaching from far away, and if they think they're coming near the windmill, they shut.
You got to tell President Trump about that.
They shut. Okay, the same company have reduced their chemicals in water desalination by 30% using AI, and the use cases are abundant. So we're not starting from scratch, going back to Kristalina. We're in your first category.
I have not declared either India or Saudi Arabia in the second category, so I stand to accept your claim.
Thank you. Everyone is in the first category. Going forward, we have participation prizes. There's no problem.
I'm not going to go that far.
You wanted to jump in.
I think we should, let's not talk about Saudi Arabia or India for a moment, but let's just talk about the global north as a whole and the global south as a whole. You know, the diffusion report that we released a couple of weeks ago estimated that today generative AI is used by 25% of the population in the global north, but only 14% in the global south, and the gap is getting wider. Yeah. So if you zoom out and you say, what does this mean for the future of the world? I put it in the context of infrastructure and the history of infrastructure. Why is the world so divided economically? Well, I'd say a large part of it is because during the entire colonial era, the colonial powers invested in building railroads in places like India and across Africa. They were important to move troops, to control territory, to extract minerals, but they never built power plants for the population. Will AI exacerbate this divide, or will it close it? It's only going to close it if we embark on building infrastructure across the global south, and we need strategies that stimulate demand, that furnish supply. India, Saudi Arabia, they're on the right track. it's hard to look at Africa as a whole and be equally optimistic. And we need to think about that as well.
So as we move into the last segment, and if any question or two, you raise your hand. I will try. I see a couple. Okay, we'll try to get there. I want to talk a little bit about the governance environment. And you just mentioned, a big problem, which is, absent international governance, trying to figure out how you're going to build this infrastructure. I mean, in this environment, it's hard to say that the Americans are more committed to that than they have been the last 5-10 years. China's been pretty inward-looking in many ways the last 5-10 years. Those are some big challenges. This space is moving a lot faster than governance capabilities. So if you could wave your magic wand over the next few years, with most of the leaders that we presently have now, what are one or two things that you think are feasible that would actually improve governance, that would make a positive difference in addressing both the challenge that you just raised, but also some of the others that we've been talking about the last 30 minutes?
Well, the first thing I would say is look back at the skilling topic, because it's a lot cheaper for governments to invest in skilling than it is, frankly, to invest in data centers. But if you invest in skilling, you start to stimulate demand for the private sector to invest in data centers. You can skill government employees. That has proven to be a very effective strategy for kickstarting demand. You can skill data scientists. You can do that through universities. That's where you start to get people who can then build the local applications. And I just think it is a critical element that is not getting the attention it deserves.
Khalid, what is the piece of governance or regulation that if you saw it in a country around AI, you would say, this will make me materially more interested in investing in it?
In governance?
Yes.
Well, generally, I think the concern we have with AI is biases in the data sets that the models have been learning from. So as someone who's coming from Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, it's important for us to also build our own sovereign models and to make sure that unbiased data is fed and taught to the models so that they are fit for purpose for us. They need to be consistent with our values. And our value sets have to be protected because AI, as we gain all of the efficiency and productivity and competitiveness that we inevitably will gain, we also don't want to lose our value and our character. And that, I think, is an issue of global governance where we have to recognize that these models and these applications cannot be developed in one country, say Europe, US, China, whatever it is, and then assume to be relevant and applicable to every other country.
Okay, last comment before I go to a couple of questions. Ashwini, I wanted to say, I know that you, and the way you think about regulation and governance in India, are not just thinking about the laws that you're creating, but also how you use the technology to actually create and implement. I'm wondering if you could share just a moment on that with the audience.
Absolutely right. In case of technologies like AI, it's very important to have a techno-legal approach to regulation. It cannot be just a law that you pass and believe that everything will fall in place. You have to create technical tools and technologies to counter the harmful effects of, for example, bias, as Khalid said. For example, detecting deep fakes with an accuracy which can be taken to a court and be properly judicially checked. So those kind of things, you require techno-legal approach. We are following techno-legal approach, creating solutions which mitigate bias, which help in detecting deep fakes, which make sure that unlearning can be done properly before you deploy a model in an enterprise. So those kind of technologies we are developing.
Thank you. So I'm gonna try to take one question to begin. Please recognize yourself. If you can be quick, I'll try to get to two. We'll see where we get.
So I've been asked to stand up, so I shall. I'm Pranjal Sharma. I'm a columnist from India, and I focus on the intersection of tech and policy. The key word to use is weaponization. We've seen weaponization of digital platforms and AI. We saw a case in India where a company's digital footprint was switched off within seconds. We saw two justices of the International Court of Justice face the same. So my question to all of you is, how critical is this threat of weaponization of digital platforms, including AI, and is that therefore driving this piece of tech and AI sovereignty beyond just the data sets and controlling data?
Brad, that feels like it's most for you.
Well, you know, every technology is both a tool and a weapon. There's a book with that title. And I think unfortunately, just as there's almost an infinite number of ways to turn AI into a tool, you know, it can also be turned into a weapon. I would highlight two issues that I think are really paramount today. One is the use of AI to increase cyber threats. And that just is a classic case of where you need a united response from both the tech sector and governments working together. So in part, we're using AI as a cyber shield, if you will. But then the other issue, and the one you're really pointing to, is in a world where people are so dependent on technology, when governments, when countries are run on technology, is there a risk that technology gets turned off? And I think we have to continue to advance the kind of international dialogue so we have agreements between countries that will take that off the table, if you will, that will not make that, you know, part of a trade debate. If people want to apply tariffs, well, you're increasing the prices, but the goods are still available. And I think we need the kinds of steps as we've been pursuing, say, with a country like India, for example, to provide assurance of supply. And I think this also really naturally involves more local control, local laws, local suppliers, local partnerships. All of these things have become part of a complex web that are just indispensable for how this technology is used in the future.
Urgency of lack of international engagement on that last one right now? Scale of 1 to 10?
Glass is half full. It's half empty. It's a 5, Ian.
It's 5.
There's so much more that could be done.
Another question.
Namaskar. Hi. I'm Ishan Pratap Singh from the Global Shapers community, the New Delhi hub. I'm a 22-year-old entrepreneur. My question is for Mr. Smith as well. And what would be the correct analogy for the example you used about railroads and power plants in context of AI? And do you think the solution to fix that is to put universities and centers at the forefront rather than companies doing the job?
The thing that I would highlight is that what I would suggest in the 7th wave of technology driving infrastructure. Gone from canals to railroads to electricity to the telephone to highways for cars and airports for planes. Now we have AI, it requires infrastructure. I think unlike, say, airports and highways, but like the first 4, the private sector is investing globally. That is good news because that is helping to spread infrastructure around the world. But there are key shortages we need to address. Probably the most important in most countries is for people, what Kristalina was saying. India actually is providing much of the IQ that is creating IP for the world. But if you look at Africa, for every 1 data scientist, there's 14 data scientists in Europe. That is a shortage that governments and universities can help meet. I would also say then we need more capital to be deployed where the market is not building these data centers. Development banks, development assistance can play a role, but governments can help stimulate demand. When the public sector adopts AI, when countries consolidate demand by putting together, say, regional agreements to enable a data center to serve 6 countries and not 1, that will stimulate more investment. We need to get the investment moving, and I think governments are best served when they survey the market, look for the market failures, and fill in the gaps.
Last quick question, a young woman in the front.
Hello, I'm Maria from Portugal, also a global shaper. I'm an AI developer working on drug discovery. So you've mentioned the problem on entry-level jobs, but you also mentioned education. And as a follow-up question, yes, education is very important, but the people are leaving universities and they need the entry-level jobs. I don't know if any of you have some thoughts on this question of, yes, we get education, but then how can the youth actually get these entry-level jobs and what solutions can we actually bring for this?
Kristalina?
But one important thing we see is to recognize that how people are prepared has to leave space to be ready for new skills and be able to fill applications where these new skills are a requirement. In other words, learn and adapt rather than learn specific technical skills and stop there. It is not an easy problem, and this is where we are telling governments that they have to invest much more thinking into helping communities, individuals, businesses to be prepared for the world of AI, because it is here. It's no more a world of the future. And I want to say one thing about Africa. I have a very deep conviction that a way we can help Africa is if we finally fulfill one commitment that was made, that is not very expensive, $15 billion to get every African citizen, business, and state institution connected to the internet. It is a step that would help tremendously. Of course, there are issues of electricity. They also need to be resolved. But it is not unresolvable if there is will and there is this strength of helping countries not to fall so dramatically behind. In my institution, we focus a lot on Africa. We do one thing, which is digitalize all government services. It serves as an impetus to get countries moving. And actually, we strongly advocate for this issue of skills. Be very proactive. Don't allow this to come so ahead than young people are on the street and desperate.
I'm glad we ended with that. It's a good note. And please join me in thanking our panel today.